Hello and welcome. Oh, one moment. Hello and welcome to.
Hello.
And welcome. Oh, one moment. There we go. Okay. Now everything should be good. Hello and welcome to uh one of the bracket 2 matches. And we have Saturn versus Pudding today. Their PBs are decently close. 3 minutes is decently close at this level, I believe. I think I will be solo commentating this first match. We hopefully have more commentators coming for the second match and potential third match. But I think until then, we are just going to get right into what y'all came to see, which is the race. I will be pinging our runners momentarily. And they will be off in just a moment. And they're off. Anyway, first thing that I think is interesting is that both runners are not using the little bit of a head start to just get through the opening cutscene faster. And then for anyone new, first thing to note is that you will see runners doing the Hunter Crest pogos a lot. It's a lot faster to move horizontally with Hunter Crest pogos than it is with just regularly walking. There should be game audio. I just think it's a bit low. Let me see if that helps. That could also mean that my mic is a bit too loud in comparison to the game audio. Opinions definitely greatly appreciated. Alright. I will see about trying to fix that. Alright. Is that better on game audio? It does look like Pudding will be slightly ahead out of Moss Mother. Nothing too major though. Getting a nice gold split on that one. Both of our runners are going toward Beastfly Pogo. This is, in my opinion, the first major skip. Maybe not major, but it is definitely a very nice skip. And it skips a gauntlet and a long walk around. So this, having this Beastfly Pogo here is very nice. I believe, I'm unsure exactly how much it saves, but I could estimate that it saves about a minute. Pudding hitting it very nice first try. Saturn unfortunately missing it the first time. Will be going for another attempt and getting it there. But as a reminder, this is a best of 3. So Pudding is running against best segments, I believe. I'm unsure why, because that's almost guaranteed to put you in the red, but I mean, if you're not looking at splits, it's definitely a decent metric to show how well you're playing compared to your best. And currently Pudding is ahead of their best, so. And they continue to be ahead of their best. They are playing quite well. Saturn now about 20 seconds behind. Coming up here on the Bell Beast, we will be seeing runners attempting to go for the Bell Beast phase skip, I believe. Which is a strat that saves 15 seconds, and also why Pudding is currently not hitting. But hit there, and that was 50 damage. And now we'll be looking for a combo of 30 damage, which they do get, and successfully getting a Belbeast phase skip. And it does not look like Saturn hit the phase skip, unfortunately. This will give Pudding a very definitive lead of about 35 seconds. If not more. So I do believe this is going to be another gold split for Pudding. Despite the fact that it was bad RNG. It looks like Pudding has actually been putting in a lot of practice since they got their PB. Considering they are now on a... Oh wait, it splits on Marrow Bell. My bad. Not Belbeast. But I still believe that it looks to be a gold split. I don't remember this run taking 20 seconds. But Pudding definitely playing very well today. And that puts them 11 seconds ahead of their best segments. Very nice gold train so far. Unfortunately, taking a little bit of a dunk. Looking at split times, it does look like Pudding will be ahead by 35 seconds out of the Marrow Bell. And another very unfortunate dunk coming in from Saturn. Pudding showing off Flintstone Flyer Pogo. This is a strat that doesn't save too much time. You're just skipping a lever on the left side of the room. But a nice skip nonetheless. And then another little skip, which I think most runners are calling the paid actor skip. Because they want the... I forget what it's called, so I'm just going to call it a giraffe. Pudding taking a very unfortunate fall there. Not too bad, though. And Saturn will be also taking that fall, except worse. Both of them now in the first Hunter's March arena. Pudding finishing it off very nicely. Does look like they both are trying for some version of fast strats. But I do believe that Saturn is going to be making up a little bit of time on Pudding this split. I do believe that Pudding's gold streak is over, although not by much. So they will still be ahead of their best segments. So going in here, both runners are on a cloaked route, so they will both be going right to face Lace 1. This fight can be a bit tricky to do fast. Definitely not one of the harder fights, but if you're face tanking 3 contact damage right out of the gate, it definitely can be difficult. But I'm getting some very aggressive hits in there. Saturn also getting the lava dips, putting on their second lava dip. This should be Lace dead. Just a moment. Saturn probably also hunting for that next lava dip. Unfortunately not getting it. Hopefully not dying. And getting that kill. Perfect. Now both runners on their way toward the seamstress. What's funny is I think if the jump in the underworks wasn't required, I think we would actually be seeing some latest patch cloakless runs as well. Have I been misgendering Saturn? Or misusing pronouns? I'm sorry if I have. Anyway, both runners now on spine farming. I'm unsure how much both runners have, but they are re-entering at the same time. And Saturn looks like she has a lot of spines. Unfortunately, not quite enough. That should be the last cycle. And there it is. Both runners coming out of cloak. I do believe Saturn has made up a little bit of time on pudding in this split as well. And now ahead of her PB by 40 seconds. Pudding going for Helis. Same with Saturn also going for Helis and getting it first try. Very nice. That will put her ahead of Pudding. Welcome to the chat, Seljuice. Everybody say hello to Sherma. Saturn getting the small pogo off of these enemies. Pudding struggling a little bit with it, but getting it in the end. And I can actually see that I am having a little bit of a timer desync. So I think I've actually been wrong that Pudding is behind. But Pudding not going for the Greymore Bell because they are not doing the Bells route. Saturn getting their first gold. Or its first gold. Unsure how to use that properly. Sorry in advance. Yeah, I'm thinking Pudding has pretty bad loads. I'm gonna quickly give y'all a timer sync so y'all get a better idea of what's happening. Does look like Pudding will be opening the shortcut. And entering Moorwing. Does look like I oversynced just a little bit, but it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, Pudding on Moorwing. Does look like a fairly practiced Moorwing fight. Currently hitless. Getting some really good damage onto Moorwing. And continuing to be hitless, and I do believe Moorwing is one spear away. There we go. Now Saturn onto the Moorwing fight. It will be a gold Moorwing for Pudding. And Saturn also getting a very clean Moorwing. Pudding now coming up into Shellwood, though. Unfortunately missing that small enemy pogo that saves a little bit of time. Going into the Shellwood Arena. Does look like this flower is going to be a little bit annoying for him. Yeah, Golem, if you just join waiting, I'll drag you. And if anyone else has read the comms guidelines it would be great to have a second commentator who is not also restreaming. Anyway, we have our runners coming up on the Garama skip, which is where you lure a flower down and around a wall. And this skips the Sister Splinter boss fight. Setting it up a little bit slowly, but getting it there in the end. We'll be looking to collect a little bit of silk. Probably going for the damage boost. Look a little bit low, but does barely make it up. Saturn getting a very nice Garama skip setup. And he's going for the damage tank and does get it with 2 HP. Very, very nice. That is a bit scary to go for on 2 HP. For good one, Saturn, I believe, had a name change recently from PK Frog to Saturn. So it should be that match that is listed. I'm unsure how recently that was, but yeah.
Feeling ordinarily early as well.
One moment. Let me turn you up, Golem. I think you're lower than I am.
Alright.
Alright, there we go. So what were you saying?
Pudding healed unordinarily early. Normally you heal right before you do the challenge for Widow, but he healed much before that.
No scream skip from Pudding. That will be phase 1. Saturn as well. Fortunate missed spear from Saturn. Will be phase 2 Widow for Pudding, with Saturn not far behind. And that will be a massive, I think, 2.5 minutes saved for Saturn. Both runners on very good paces right now. The difference between the two brackets is that they are just 2 separate tournaments being run basically at the same time. The second bracket was for people who had a PB that was worse than the people in the top 32. And that is basically just it. It's It's a bracket for the people who were worse at the game to compete. And then you have people like Tio who now have a sub-hour PB. And who's probably
I
going to
guess
wipe the floor with the rest of the tournament. Sorry, Golem?
is the second bracket they're doing losers bracket as well, or is it just best of three?
Uh,
No, best of three.
it
Sorry.
is going to be loser's bracket. So whoever loses here, I believe you all will see again, just against a different opponent in the loser's bracket.
We're about to see the first route differences here as well, as Pudding will be going towards Mist and Saturn will be going up through Blasted Steps after they get the needle upgrade. This quit out is like so quick for the load remove time, but it's also the bell takes so long that it's also quicker real time as well.
Yeah, I've noticed there are a lot of long cutscenes. Both of them now entering the needle upgrade. I do believe this is going to be the only needle upgrade both of them are getting. We have seen some runners like Manager opting for 2 needle upgrades just for consistency's sake.
Also, we see Pudding not being able to skip the needle cutscene. This is because they're on an older patch, so that they can juggle in the mist.
Do you care to explain what misjuggling is, Golem?
So basically, you can, after getting the correct room from the butterflies, you go through the next room, and then if it's a bad room, you can go back straight to the room you were just in, and it won't remove the counter towards getting through the mist if you go through the exit you just entered. Sorry, that was a very bad explanation.
I think it worked. I think if anyone's confused about it, they can ask in chat. Saturn being a little bit scary on 1 HP. I do think she's just cutting her losses and going toward the blasted steps. Only needs one more hit left. And going down for it very quickly. Pudding doing a very nice cloaked Chalamet skip. Meanwhile, Saturn coming up on the first blast step skip. Does get wind, which is very nice.
That blasted step skip saves about 8 seconds. Getting the enemy pogo as well, that's very nice because it means you don't have to deal with that annoying Farlid. Ooh, even with the wind, wasn't able to quite make the second skip. Gets a second try though, which is pretty good.
Pudding still just on a massive gold train though.
Saturn has now taking an unfortunate dunk where they have done all the hard skips in blasted steps. Now they just need to go fight Last Judge.
entering the crossing here. Oh, 7 to the Pilgrims. Saturn playing very safe, opting for a heal, just heal the 1 HP.
Unfortunately, no spear for the spins.
And putting, for some reason, not juggling the last room.
Ooh, last judge jumping right on top of Saturn there.
Saturn will be down to 1 HP, so that safety heal earlier was definitely very justified. And
Ooh.
that is very unfortunate that they didn't jump high enough.
Having to redo Blaster steps is quite a big time loss. It looks like they are going to be gathering Silk for the heal skip again. I don't think it's quite worth doing that when it only saves 8 seconds and you're probably going to be spending much more trying to gather Silk.
Yeah, same here. Especially when you do need to bench again.
Pudding is now entering one of the best fights, in my opinion, in the any percent routes.
Arguably a top 5 fight in the entire game as well. Doing very well to avoid Phantom's parries as well. Fortunately taking a heal cancel. Does manage to find a heal. And I should actually do this.
Thankfully, Saturn did get the lever earlier, so she doesn't have to do PS2 all over again.
Pudding also opting for a safety heal. It does not look like Pudding knows that hitting the edges of the organ attack deals damage. Probably thought that was the Phantom parry to end the fight.
Ooh, down to 1 HP. Oh, there we go. He just finishes out.
That was a bit close. Saturn unfortunately spearing the wrong direction. But this does look like a good judge fight. And that will be judge for Saturn.
So both runners will end up entering Act 2 at about a similar time as well.
Although I'm fairly sure that Pudding has a much shorter run to Dancers.
Yeah, it's about a minute shorter. Maybe not a minute, about 45 seconds.
Remember having a different set of runners
Oh, that's probably
do it.
full wide actually.
Pudding opting
Let
to
me check that.
keep parry though.
Oh no, it is a full minute faster for cloak for mist route.
I do believe the hitbox on Phantom's organ attack is just the whole column. I'm unsure about that. But I do just see runners trying to just hit the column. Pudding getting completely sniped.
You really don't want to be starting the Dancer's fight on less than full HP because it does make doing the scream skip quite risky. For the Phantom, I think hitting it makes the jumping makes the timing easier to hit it because I'm pretty sure the hitbox moves down with Phantom. I'm not too sure though, because I do not do mist.
Attempting the one cycle and unfortunately failing it. Maybe benching at Songclave just to not have the run back, but yeah, it does not opt for it. It is quite a slow bench.
The Grand Reeds here will provide enough silk for a heal anyway, so it's not the end of the world.
That is true.
Also, notably, he did not switch back to Silk Spear and is carrying on with the parry.
A very interesting decision.
I would say the next two fights, which is Cogwork Dancers and then Trobio, are both pretty good with the parry ability anyway.
Maybe swaps to Spear at the Underworks bench, along with potentially Mirror. Both runners into the Cogwork Dancers fight, putting a phase ahead.
Bit of annoying pattern for putting there. The dancer's really making it hard to be hit.
Yeah, it really sucks when the dancers just sit in the air the entire time or have the other dancer cover their punish spot. Anyway, both runners now on to phase 3 of the fight.
I do quite like how the phase 3 makes it very easy to track which dancer you should be hitting, as putting finishes up the last of the hard phases.
I am not sure about Saturn's dancers. Ooh, unfortunately, dying and then being sent back to Shellwood. That is a rough death.
Really big time loss.
That is a really bad death.
Once again, going for the silk for the heel skipper looks like.
I mean, alternatively, they can use the 2 seconds to hit the lever after doing Blasted Steps 1 the first time. Not completely sure why she doesn't do that.
Pudding will be getting the Cogwork safety bench.
Does just seem to be opening it for later. Very close on getting hit there. A little bit of a spooky cycle Pudding took.
It looks like Saturn must have missed the heel skip as well. She's going around the long way.
That is just unfortunate.
I have not seen this Whispering Vaults arena with the parry in a long time, so this will be quite interesting.
Have you seen Pudding try to use parry yet?
No, I don't think he's actually used it once.
Which was very interesting considering they opted for parry over spear.
Or potentially they just forgot to switch back.
Also that. And Kung Fu Rabbit in chat is saying that it is for Trobio. But I also feel like if it's just for Trobio, at a point it becomes more worth it to swap to spear and then just re-bench at Bellway. Just so that you can do the spear fast strats on Whispering Vaults Arena and Dancers. Does have the first parry come in on the Vault Keeper.
I've never seen that enemy drop down there before.
It was certainly an interesting encounter.
It looks like Pudding is getting the bench anyway.
That makes me very unsure why no spear for the other two fights, but sure. As
A lot of runners do find Trobio as one of the hardest fights as well, so benching is understandable.
yeah, very understandable. Anyway, we have Saturn back into the Dancers fight as we have Pudding starting their Trobio fight. Fortunately not getting that parry off. Getting some very nice iframes after the parry's over. Does look like Saturn is back to phase 3 of Dancers.
Pudding has got the third stagger on Trobio, I believe, so the fight might be over quite soon. Wow, parry really does give you a very large amount of iframes.
Yeah, parry iframes are crazy.
Oh no, sorry, this is the third stagger. There we go, and that's the fight. As Saturn once again dies to Cogwork Dancers. Very unfortunate.
That was
Did
a
not
phase
get the
4
bench.
death, I think.
Yeah, it was.
That's just unfortunate. Now losing 10 minutes to dancers. This is going to be very tough to come back from, especially when Pudding is very likely on pace for actually just a what? 109? 108?
Yeah, 108 probably, if they have lots of time saved later in the run as well.
I mean, they're playing against their sum of best right now. So they're playing extremely well. And it does look like Saturn is going to be struggling a bit in Last Steps 1. Already down to 1 HP.
Messing up the lava cycle. Oh, does recover it though.
Saturn unfortunately getting sniped on the way back to Dancers.
I do commend the resilience to keep going after this many deaths. Not many people would want to.
This definitely does seem like a it's so over moment. But luckily for Saturn, they do have another chance to display their skill. But it's also not guaranteed that they lose this. I mean, we still have the biggest choke points in the run. Especially with Pudding going into the Underworks arena on 1 HP.
Apparently my audio volume is still quite a lot lower than yours.
Let me see if I can fix that. I'm just going to put you up to 200%. Saturn has now taken 2 deaths to Dancers, as well as 1 on the run back to Dancers.
Pudding does complete the Underworked arena and will now be on the way to get the Psalm cylinder.
For some reason now, a minute behind of their best. Even though I don't...
Yeah, the arena didn't look like it went perfectly.
I guess it did take them a while to get in there.
Ooh, dunking on the spikes with 1 HP left.
Does manage to make it through. Probably really hoping to get through. Oh, they don't actually have steam cycles. They just need to not fall into spikes, then they're good. Definitely taking
Playing
this
it
very, very safe.
safely.
And does make it to the Whispering Vaults bench.
does get the pogo off that lamp bearer there.
Bit of a interesting lamp dude. Really wanting to die for some reason.
Saturn dunking on those spikes as well, right at the end.
Does have a full heal for dancers. Will be taking it now. Potentially looking to farm silk from the reeds. I'm also hoping for Saturn's sake that he manages to just finish out the run strong.
Pudding will also be moving on to probably the hardest movement section of the run.
This will be the Architect's Melody with Clockwork Core.
He does safely make it through the worst room in the game.
Why do you believe that that's the worst room in the game?
It just sucks. It just sucks. The enemy that you have to pogo through and then the moving saw blades directly after it are really horrible.
I know what you mean with the dude you have to pogo through, because that guy seems completely RNG.
Yeah, if the guy that you need to pogo through is on the right, it makes it very, very difficult to
Saturn almost
be able
taking another
to.
death.
It makes it very difficult to be able to get through the moving spikes at the end. And does finish off one of the dancers, so hopefully she does not die to the last one again. Pudding is playing it very safe with these cogs.
That is completely understandable. They are very likely on a very massive PV pace right now.
Is trying to go for the harpoon and then clamber still. And does get it.
Opting for a heal instead of saving time with the silk. That is completely understandable. Looks like they're trying to take the easy way up, but not quite getting the turnaround.
Is going for harpoons instead of pogos on the cogs, which is very fair. It is quite difficult to get good pogos off those cogs.
That are now officially into Act 2. And not having any chance of being sent back.
Seems like Pudding is having a problem remembering the puzzle.
Taking a little bit of time loss for probably pulling up Discord with the thing. They just hit a lever that they weren't supposed to, I believe.
Yeah, I do think so as well.
I don't know if they noticed that. don't think they noticed. Oh, I guess we're both wrong.
Okay. Not leaving the room for the animation to cancel. As Saturn has made it through the Whispering Vaults arena and is heading towards Trobio.
Definitely a lot of gold potential in that Trobio split. Probably is going to go for the safety bench, though, I'd imagine.
Based off previous evidence, I might disagree with that.
Well, we could hope.
Pudding is taking the slow drop down through upper cogwork. And he will be getting the bench that he unlocked earlier as Saturn begins Trobio.
Does look like Saturn is opting for a safe Trobio. Pudding now making their way toward the High Halls Arena. Saturn currently doing a very nice Trobio.
I believe that is second stagger, so she is over halfway through the fight.
Still on full health too. Not slow on damage either. Definitely playing this Trobio fight very well.
That is third stagger as well, so she's nearing the end.
There it is.
There we go.
That will be a massive gold from Saturn, I believe. It'd be about 40 seconds.
Ooh, Pudding unfortunately not getting the ring.
No pogo.
Once again, Saturn not getting the safety bench.
I do believe this means she'll be sent back to the art save, Pudding barely not getting hit by that minister. Had iframes from the damage tank, though.
No God Pixel as well, sadly.
Unsure.
Drifting nice.
Have we seen God Pixel from any of the runners in Tournament 2?
I'm not too sure of that. I don't think I've seen anyone go for it in Tournament 2.
Putting already low in a very bad situation, somehow getting a heal off.
Hopefully Trovio Mirror does help out quite a lot with this High Halls arena. Saturn quitting out at harpoon for some reason. I'm not too sure why.
Yeah, I have no idea either. I mean, you kind of just get rid of your silk, you know?
Yeah, that's you get a free heal and full silk, so I really don't know why she did that. Pudding is about to come upon the double maestro wave as well, so let's see how he handles that. A good Trubio mirror.
Does look like a little bit of Maestro swapping just to avoid one Maestro being too high and unhittable. Be the first one down.
Apart from that one hit of damage, it looked like Saturn had quite a good Underworks arena. Quite a nice clapper for Pudding.
Fortunately not getting the double spear. Saturn is on 1 HP. Hopefully going for the Whispering Vault safety bench. Especially considering it's one of the fastest safety benches in the game.
Looks like she is not.
I mean, you gotta respect the confidence. But,
Ooh, straight away.
I mean, deaths like that, they just... Sometimes you just gotta tank the time loss of a bench. Especially when the Whispering Vault's bench is right there.
Looks like Pudding is starting the double clappers wave. Hopefully they give some good RNG. Getting away from being pinned against the wall is always quite a good decision.
Those look like these clappers are being fairly nice. I say as they give 2 bad attacks.
Pudding is comparing against some of best, so their PB is accurate.
Yeah, so Pudding is definitely on PV pace right now. Does look like they just got one of the best conductor melodies that they've ever gotten to. So this will be
Saturn still not getting safety bench.
22nd gold. Another hit from the spider, but does manage to get up. Struggling a little bit with this lamp bearer pogo. Does get it. And quitting out, I believe their last bench was the Architect's bench. They are getting a very nice chunk of time save on their way into Lace. Saturn unfortunately pressing no to the Vault Keeper. I believe if you want to SEMO ping, you can say PB pace by at least 3 minutes. I mean, their sum of best is their sum of best was 108.56, and they are only 4 minutes and 49 seconds behind that, which is like 114 pace. 113 pace, high 113. Compared to their high 116. So 2 minutes.
Ooh, Saturn dunking in the worst room in the game. As pudding starts arguably the best fight in the route. Ooh, immediately dying. Thankfully, he does have that cogwork bench, so it's not a huge time loss.
Saturn unfortunately dying
Saturn.
on the way up to Architects and being sent all the way back down to Harpoon. And Saturn is in chat saying that they haven't played for a month. And considering not playing for a month, this is actually fairly decent performance. I do believe the audio is glitching a little bit on putting stream. Don't know why that is. Might just be my headphones.
Pudding is entering the second phase of the Lace 2 fight now as well.
Fortunately getting parried there. Luckily it wasn't the ground parry, otherwise that was nearly a guaranteed getting hit by the parry.
And into the final phase as well.
And that will be Lace 2 down. I do believe even with the death, it will be almost matching PB. Maybe, or best, maybe about 20 seconds off. Was a fairly fast death.
Yeah, right at the start isn't too bad with that cogwork bench. Saturn failing the pogo on that lamp bearer and down to 1 HP.
You don't remember where any safety benches are, which is why you're not taking them? I think what you should do in that case is open up the route map, or not the route map, the object map
Map Genie.
for Silksong, and then just look where benches are in comparison to the route if you know that, or if you know where you are on the route.
Pudding has seemed to have forgotten the correct movement up to GMS, but is now starting the fight.
Didn't lose too much time for it. Saturn is saying that this is just a warm-up run, so we'll have to play very well on the next two runs. Putting on very much PB pace, though. Can we get some Silk D's in the chat for Pudding? Channeling a good GMS fight. This does seem to be 114 pace, 113 pace. All depends on how fast their GMS fight is. They do have 1.5 minutes to save if they match Com Sub, which I doubt we're going to see, but
Yeah, it does not look like he's going for the wall spears, which are very, very quick.
we can definitely probably see 30 seconds. So 113 definitely very possible. Very close to getting hit on that heal. And phase 1 GMS should be going down very shortly. There it is.
It looks like he's choosing to use Cloak instead of a Spear Store as well. Ooh, the rock fall in the middle of the arena is very annoying. Looks like Saturn has finally figured out where one of the safety benches is. Nearly.
There's some nice Tropium Mirror damage in. We're Pudding. Definitely a very safe GMS fight. Does not look like it's going to be a 113, but low 114 is still on the table and will be getting a low 114 time. That is massive GG's to Pudding.
Yeah, always nice to have a good PB in a tournament.
Very, very safe GMS fight.
Saturn finally making it to upper cog. And dunking right there. Oops.
Well, considering this is a best of 3, I think we want to have this moving along relatively swiftly and having at least another 15 minutes left in the run. I think I want to ask Saturn to end the current run and set up for the next one. But Pudding still has to run credits, so if you still want the Cogwork core practice, you can finish off Architects I don't know if you're listening.
Does make it through upper cogwork core.
Very nicely. I mean, Saturn, you just finish up Architects and then get ready for the next run. You definitely have a chance to perform way better in the next run. Because you were playing actually very well up to last judge with the first unfortunate death. It is best of three, so we will be running it back.
I do need to go do something quickly, but I will be back as soon as I can.
All right. I think we're going to take a quick 5-minute intermission. All brackets are not a best of three. Because this is a bracket 2 run, uh, we are already in the top 8 and therefore have best of 3 and a loser's bracket. Sorry about that. I pressed the wrong button. I added a new scene instead of adding a text box. I'm going to quickly just do this. That's not what I meant to do. And that's eyeballed roughly. So we are going to go to a 5-minute intermission and we will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. Golem, do you have anything to say?
Not particularly. No. It was quite a good run from Pudding though.
Yes, very nice first run from Pudding. Hopefully we can see Saturn run it back and do a lot better. It does look like Pudding is going to be running against Best again. I hope everyone grabbed maybe a snack, went to the bathroom if they needed it, or got some water. But yeah, I'm going to check if both runners are ready again. Golem is still quiet. I have Golem turned up as high as I possibly can.
I'll just try speak louder.
I physically do not think that I can turn you up higher. I could. I could.
I'll just try speak louder than I was before.
But yeah. If anyone in chat has read the commentary guidelines, you are welcome to take over for me. But I'm going to quickly ready check the runners and then we will be off. I am restreaming, dastardly.
Could you do the virtual camera thing, please?
Don't you have that?
No.
It should be my live stream.
It's gone back to the layout, the full layout. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, you mean this?
Yeah. Thank you.
My bad. There we go. Ready check. All right. And the runners are off with a countdown of 5, 6, 3, 2, 1. And it does look... Oh, right. It's because I... That's interesting. Okay, I unfortunately cannot resync them. We have Pudding get to the first transition. So looks like we have an early gold from Saturn. Already 2.5 minutes ahead of PB, which is incredible.
We love live split.
Does look like they noticed and fixed it. Does look like Saturn is very slightly in the lead for this Moss Mother segment. Already playing better than her first run. It wasn't an input code for Moss Home Vadon Cloak. Unfortunately not. I think that has yet to be discovered.
Interestingly, doing a left side Moss Mother start.
And Pudding will be the first one to get Moss Mother down. You do really want to just trap Moss Mother in the corner. And it does look like I jinxed it, because I think that's the exact same Moss Mother time that they got in their first run.
Let's see if these runners can get a 110 bone bottom. This is the most important part of any run, is getting a 110 bone bottom.
How many attempts have you gotten a 110 bone bottom, Golem?
Um, a lot? I don't know. I normally get a 110 or a really low 111.
Okay, so you're actually very consistent at the neutral pogos.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, I'd hope so after I spent like 380 hours on this game already.
Damn, that's a bit of time. It's only 40 hours more than me though, and you're 10 minutes better than my PB, so you're doing something right.
You gotta do ILs.
Files are boring. It's the same gameplay for like 3 hours straight.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, you gotta think about like how nice it must feel to get a very, very clean, like nearly perfect execution, you know?
Except I don't know because I'm not good enough.
Just
Anyway,
gotta do more practice.
we have Beastfly Pogo completed first try from both runners this time. So
202 on that transition. Oh, 202 on that transition there for Pudding, and a sub 2 for Saturn is quite good there. So Saturn is doing very well on this split.
Saturn is cruising. Actually has a very, very nice Silk Spear exit gold. 257 is very impressive. And we will see that even with losing 6 seconds in Moss Grotto, I do believe Saturn is now ahead very slightly. just due to better movement in the Silk Spear split. It does also get a double refund, which is very nice. Pudding golding that Silk Spear split again, though. Even after the gold last run.
Looks like Pudding's going for the 5-nail opener, maybe? Saturn does miss the face skip there, unfortunately, whilst Pudding does get it, so that will put Pudding back ahead by about 15 seconds.
I don't know about you, but I feel like Saturn just isn't counting hits on Bellbeast.
Yeah, it didn't look like it there, to be honest.
Yeah, Pudding actually getting a clean face skip and good RNG this time. So this should be based off of last run. Another gold for their Marrow Bell split.
It looks like Saturn did not do the quit out there, which is about 2 seconds of time loss.
And that is why I needed to timer sync the first time. I will quickly be timer syncing. Pudding now 15 seconds ahead due to getting the Bellbeast phase skip.
This split here is really a test of your ability to adapt neutral pogos, not just in a straight line, but across varying terrain here, which can be a bit of a struggle, because sometimes you have to do a really short neutral pogo, and it's quite hard to get your fingers on and off the movement buttons in time to do that neutral pogo.
Welcome,
Pudding does
Raiders from Ashwin. You were saying something, Golem?
Yeah, just that Pudding got the Moonstone Flyer pogo, as did Saturn just then.
Great.
Also, if Pudding comparing to some of Best is ahead right now, which is very impressive.
Yeah, Pudding has been playing very well Definitely seems to struggle in Act 2, though. Getting a nice double spear there. Does look like they are on pace for a Swift Step gold as well. So Pudding actually playing both of these races very, very well. Considering it's just gold train after gold train so far. At least in Act 1.
Yeah, he will be very far ahead of his sum of best here.
10 seconds ahead of some of best. 4 splits in. That is very impressive. Especially after also being that last run. And unfortunately not getting that first lava dip. Probably looking for the second one. Unfortunately not quite getting it. Saturn also missing her first lava dip. Lise definitely in good position for the second one. Unfortunately giving a bad attack though. So no lava dips from either runner.
For the viewers, it is much easier to get a lava dip on Lace if you do the slash dash slash and push her right to the edge of the platform. You'll get that lava dip much more consistently.
Does she take increased knockback from the dash slash?
No, it's just that you're hitting her with higher frequency, so you know she's getting pushed more per second.
That makes sense. Coming up into
Let's see
Drifter's
how
Cloak. Sorry, Golem?
the E fares.
Bad RNG on that first Hoker from Pudding.
Saturn did get 2 of the 6 spine attacks though. Another 6 spine for Saturn as well.
That's the first 6 for Pudding. Does look like Saturn will be ahead. And with the good RNG, Saturn pulls very slightly ahead.
For those who don't know, Hokers can only do one type of pattern, and not sorry, the Hokers cannot do the same pattern in a row. So if you get the top 3 spines, you cannot get that top 3 spines the next time, and it has to be a different orientation of the spines.
It actually means that it's even more unlucky to get 3 sets of 4 spines. But it does look like Saturn will now be nearly a minute ahead, or is a minute ahead with that cloak gold. Missing heal is the first
Both
time, but
runners,
getting it. Sorry.
both runners mess up first try healers.
That was a bit close. Saturn stream. Nearly getting hit by the... Actually, don't know what they're called.
Yeah, I just called them spinny guys. Ooh, messing up the pogo on those guys right there is quite unfortunate. Does get it up to the first bit though.
This will allow Saturn to ring the Greymore Bell and then not be super far behind Pudding going out of the Greymore Bell.
She does get a first try cross skip with the bad RNG. Unsurprisingly, it does seem both runners are not going for cross skip, as Pudding finishes off the arena quite nicely, only taking 1 bit of damage.
Arena skip is definitely one of those skips that's just very difficult.
Yeah, it's mainly just the crawls can just completely screw you over for no reason sometimes.
I've also seen on Nebula's stream that the one croc can also just not spawn sometimes.
Yeah, so that's determined by time passes and another RNG layer. So it's very annoying with that second crawl spawn.
That's like the very definition of RNG time save in a run.
It is, you are still more likely than not to have the second cross spawn, but yeah, sometimes you just lose 8 seconds.
That will be more wing down for Pudding. Pudding taking back the lead with a very clean, nearly 5-second gold on Moorwing. Saturn finishing up Moorwing very nicely. So both runners actually seem to be trading the leads quite often here. We can't forget that Saturn does have the Greymore Bell.
Pudding had quite a few opportunities to get Silk there, but chose not to, which is odd because you'd like to go into this arena with 7 Silk optimally.
What about 6? Because you're going to be hitting the first guy 3 times anyway.
It's faster to hit the first guy twice.
And then spear? Or what?
Yeah. You hit the first guy twice, and then you spear both the flowers with one spear.
Interesting. But in getting a nice shoulder arena, unfortunately missing the first or the last spear on the flower. Saturn showing us a near perfect Shellwood Arena though.
Saturn will also lose a bit more time to pudding for having to get the pressure plate to open the door.
But that will allow them to get Bell's time save. Because I believe Bell's was theorized to be 20 seconds faster than a perfect mist.
I'm not sure how that stacks up anymore, considering how fast the mist times have gotten, but I do believe Bowser's still faster than mist.
It is true. It was a long time since that got timed. Unfortunately, does
Pudding
not
does.
get damaged.
And got bad RNG on that flower being too low.
Saturn also,
Ooh,
unfortunately,
as well.
not getting damaged.
Saturn seems to have forgotten she does not have wall jump yet.
That is completely fair, honestly. Especially considering you get wall jump right here. That will be a big time save compared to PB. Putting still only 1 second off sum of best. Playing very, very well.
Getting the double hit on the wall with that dash attack as well. Once again, healing well before the Widow fight.
Ooh, unfortunate miss spear from Pudding. That will be phase 1 from Pudding. Saturn should not be too far behind. Unfortunately, taking a bit of damage here. That will be phase 2 for Pudding. Saturn opting for a safety heal.
Pudding had pretty good Widow RNG throughout that fight.
Now it'll be phase 2 for Saturn as well. Runners only about 18 seconds apart from each other. We actually have a very close race so far.
Pudding showing us how awkward these dream platforms are.
Yeah, the dream platforms are very weird. They half the time don't seem to give you the ledge grab if you're supposed to get a ledge grab, and then the other half of the time you just fall through them.
You can also do some very wacky wall jumps if you do the up/tech on them as well.
I don't think I've ever
believe-
seen up/tech.
I believe low percent might be going for them soon, and we'll be doing a cloakless route, or cloakless widow anyway. That might be a bit far away though, because they're pretty much like frame perfect.
Very interesting. So I assume that means they will... I mean, they already go key route, but I assume that means that they will be on release patch in that case.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's... yeah, it will most likely be, yeah. I believe you mantle faster if you let go of jump, but I'm not too sure about not mantling at all. Saturn will be saving some more time here as well, as she's able to do the needle cutscene skip. Whereas Pudding is on an older patch as to be able to do missed juggling. Saturn is quite good on Silk for the heel skip. Pudding will be getting the Chalamet skip first try.
Does also look like he wants a heal. Maybe not. Saturn hitting the first blast step skip Unfortunately, not hitting the lever though.
It's fine, she won't die this time.
I pray not. Getting a repeat of last run would really suck.
She does not get the coyote frames for the Blasted Steps 2 skip, but does get it the second try.
Nah, Saturn, you don't die to judge. Although, considering you're in chat, no, you wouldn't have had time to die yet.
She'll be at the needle part.
Yeah.
Where the belt. Pudding getting that first crossing for the mist.
A little bit of a rude wraith.
Yes, Saturn got the Blasted Steps skip second try.
A little bit of a rude judge, giving 2 spins in a row.
Pudding is having quite a problem here with these wraiths.
Avoiding damage though, and getting out of the mist safely.
Saturn does not die to judge, which is very fortunate. And she is currently on very good pace. If she continues this, she'd be looking at a sub 105.
Looking at something like a 32, 35 Act 2 start split. Oh, I should probably update Pudding's PB, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Does anyone remember what Pudding got last run?
Was it a 1?
I want to say it was a 114.16.
Yeah.
And
Saturn
it
is
does
getting
look
a-
like Saturn has figured out where the safety benches are, which is great. Because I do believe she's going to take a very commanding lead over Pudding, just due to Bell's route being Bell's route and a bit of a slow mist from Pudding.
It seems she was in fact right when she said warm up run.
That is very true.
Phantom is being a little mean, dashing away from Pudding here.
Pudding getting a very important heal off. Probably didn't need it. Finishing off Phantom.
With one of the coolest death animations in the game.
This will, with that miss, that will actually mean that Saturn is now in the lead by a substantial margin. Will be coming up on dancers quite soon.
Very clean movement with all those pogos off the spikes there as well. And she will be entering Cogwork Dancers with full health and full silk.
Definitely has the opportunity to do a very, very clean dancers. It's a very clean
nice.
first phase. Not opting for the scream skip. Getting very lucky on that second pattern, matching the first one. Getting some very, very good RNG. Definitely walking into that. That dancer should be low and does manage to finish it off.
Yeah, not such a nice phase 3, but she does manage to get through it. Hopefully she doesn't die to this last dancer, which can be quite deceptive because it moves very slowly, which is almost harder than moving fast.
It does look like she will be going for a heal just to make sure that she can finish it out.
Pudding does take an unfortunate hit by the steam there.
Pudding now coming up on the dancers. Will be behind by about 2 minutes. Giving us a bit of a hornet shuffle. Again, not opting to go for any parries on the dancers.
Very clean lower cog movement for Saturn as well.
Pudding getting some pretty bad patterns.
Nearly ran into that spinning attack as well.
Will be full health going to phase 3 though. It's always good. Saturn getting some very clean spears in on the vaults arena. Nice triple spear there. Fortunate getting hit by that final bell. We'll need one more hit for Silk. Now we'll be Pudding finishing off the Cogwork dancers.
Saturn does go for the safety heal, thankfully.
that are now coming up on the Trobio entry. Potentially not actually going for the safety bench. Finishing up dancers without an extra death, which is perfect. Trobio is really enjoying going into the floor for Saturn, which is unfortunate. Unfortunately, getting hit by those fireworks. Down to 1 HP now. Hopefully can manage to farm a heal. Definitely playing this a bit safer. Unfortunately not safe enough though. Probably expected Trobio to take more knockback from the hit.
Depending on how good the Whispering Voltarina goes for pudding, he may be able to sneak ahead after this.
I don't believe so. Looks like Saturn is getting back there a bit too quickly.
Oh, I did forget pudding has parry instead of spear.
Saturn already running back through the Vaults Arena. So Saturn is definitely still ahead, just not by as much as she was.
Trobio is one of the most unfortunate deaths you can get in this run. Very long run back.
It also sucks because he is also probably one of the hardest bosses in the run. Very nice parry from Pudding. As Saturn is running back into the Trobia fight, we'll be losing a little bit of time, unfortunately, but should still be ahead of PB. Pudding looking a little bit low on 2 HP with only 5 silk. Now down to 1 HP. It's a bit scary going past this next Vault Keeper. Does manage to avoid it. Well, Saturn looking like a very nice Trobia so far. Do believe that is the second stagger. Fortunately getting hit by that. And that will be 2 spins. That unfortunately hit Saturn. Barely dodging that. Getting very bad RNG on the spins. Taking a safety heal. Very well deserved. And that will be Trobio going down for Saturn.
Pudding going for the safety bench on 1 health.
Very understandable. Pudding now will be approximately, what, 2 minutes behind?
Yeah.
Does look like Saturn is going to grab the bench this time.
Good parry from Pudding there.
Actually taking 2 back-to-back hits. Does have enough silk for a heal though, which is good.
Saturn does not get the lava cycle there.
Almost taking another dunk.
This is best of 3, yes.
Currently the score is at the top of the screen. You can see it is 0-1 to Pudding.
Saturn does not quit out after Harpoon this time, thankfully, and does get the Harpoon float skip.
Luckily not having the dude go through the thing, but does take a very unfortunate hit. Definitely looks like Saturn has some very nice Cloudline Arena strats. Getting through there in great pace. Meanwhile, getting that first try Trobio. 30 seconds off of the gold though. Not very optimal, but did go for the safety bench, so it's definitely not the end of the world.
Having trouble getting through this underwork section here for Pudding. Saturn not getting the safety bench again.
I do believe that she found the one above the Vault Keeper, though.
Yeah, hopefully she gets that. Pudding having a lot of problem with this lava here. Choosing to play it safe and wait for the next cycle.
Saturn actually pressing yes this time to the Vault Keeper. Is perfect. I do believe that she is on gold pace, but I think she's going to opt for the safety bench instead of the gold split. Though I might just be wrong.
I hope you're not wrong. Pudding does not get the float harpoon skip there, sadly. Having to go the somewhat regular way. As Saturn does get the safety bench.
Does not seem to know about the fast way out of the safety bench, though. Although that is very minor in comparison.
I'm just glad she knows where the bench is now.
That is true. That's a lot better than going out of that room on 1 HP, like last time. Pudding opting for a safety heal in the Underworks Clawline Arena.
It seems
Well,
he's
Saturn.
not aware of the... Ooh, unfortunate dunk for Saturn. It seems Pudding's not aware that you can stand on one side of the arena and force both of the guys to spawn on one side.
That's a bit unfortunate. Does have the rest of the fast strats though, from what it looks like.
So far, so good for upper cogwork core for Saturn.
Ooh.
Wow, commentator Curse does dunk there. Seems like she's choosing to gather Silk on probably one of the worst enemies to gather Silk on.
Yeah, that guy is a piece of shit. Excuse my language, sorry. Does look like Saturn is going to be playing it a bit safer though.
Seems like Saturn is also having problems remembering the correct puzzle.
That just hit an extra time. That should be good, yeah. Not the cleanest puzzle, but still a massive gold.
So it seems like both runners getting melodies at the same time, however different ones.
Will be a 9-second Vault Keeper's gold coming out from Pudding.
Hopefully Saturn does quit out at this hard save here, as I believe she's a bit low on health. She does not.
Maybe she'll grab the Cogwork bench instead. Although dying on this drop is not the worst thing in the world either.
Playing it quite safely now. Ooh, nearly getting hit by that spike guy.
Hopefully we'll take the bench in Cogwork Core. And it looks like she is just sending it.
Might get the bench right before the high halls start.
That's if she doesn't get sniped by something before then. And it does look like
Hopefully
she's
no
in the
claw
clear.
maiden spawns on top of that.
These rings being very annoying.
Ooh, Pudding trying to play it safe, but ending up dunking for it.
Pudding really does seem to be trying his best to just not go anywhere near the cogs.
Unfortunately, does claw line directly into one. No god pixel from Saturn. She does make it through high halls unscathed, though.
And will be taking a high hall safety bench, which is
Pudding
very
is still
unsurprising.
trying to get the clapper.
I feel like Pudding at this point, if they don't know how to get this jump consistently, to just go around, but they do get it in the end. And now Saturn on PB pace by over 5 minutes going into HHA. They did say that they haven't practiced HHA, GMS, or Lace 2, I believe, at the end
It
of last
does
run.
look like they... Oh no, it does look like they had a deathless conductor's melody in PB as well, so hopefully this is also deathless.
It's also a quite fast one. 349 is nothing to scoff at. Especially for a runner with a PB of a 113.
Pudding does make it through upper cogwork core as well.
It actually does look like her sum of best has dropped very drastically, because that was a 2.5 minute time save on the HHA entry. Gold.
Pudding is once again having problems with the puzzle, as the clapper is being quite mean to Saturn.
Nice triple spear from Saturn. Carrying the dude's silk attack. Unfortunately getting hit by that second one. Will be getting a heal off.
I absolutely hate that silk attack. It's the range is way larger than it should be.
On top of the fact that it goes both above and behind the dude. And being 2 damage. And the fact that even if you parry it the first time, if you don't like get out of the way of it, you're going to get hit by it anyway. Now, it does look like Saturn is going to get a very nice first 10 waves. We'll be spearing a little bit early, unfortunately. And a little bit of a corner. Does manage to get out. Definitely playing very aggressively onto these clappers. Getting very good damage in. Clappers aren't being super mean. I say as they give her 2 bad attacks at once. That will be the first clapper down and the second clapper down. Bit of a slow high halls arena, but still going to be approximately 4 minutes and 45 seconds ahead of PB. I'm unsure what input methods the runners are using.
I think Pudding might be using a mouse and keyboard.
Maybe someone from their chats knows. If there's anyone here. I don't know
If
if it's
someone
just...
wants to. Sorry.
Sorry, you go.
If someone wants to sumo ping Saturn, now's a good time as well.
Yeah, that is very true. I was going to say, it looks like Pudding has a fake gold on the Enter HHA split. I don't think a
Yeah.
117 is humanly possible.
No, I don't think it's TAS possible either.
Especially for Mistrout. Pudding taking a lot
Pudding
of damage
struggling
here.
a lot.
Saturn now on her way up to Lace 2. Immediately taking 2 contact damage. Will be getting very nice damage onto Lace 2 though. Unfortunately getting a dunk. The reason why dunks are unfortunate is in this fight, the steam only deals 15 damage. Meanwhile, our needle deals 9 damage, or the spear dealing 27 damage. Both of which can be higher DPS than the steam. Unfortunately getting a bit unlucky and getting hit 3 times in a row, which is unfortunate. Still very much on PB pace though, and on pace to win the current match.
Looks like Pudding is doing a good job of dealing with these double maestros here as well.
Another unfortunate dunk for Saturn's Lace. Probably looking for a heal now. Lace drifting for some reason.
Yeah, she does that, with when you stagger her under some condition. I can't remember right now. Yeah, I think it's when you spear her and she's.
It looks so
Um,
stupid.
I've never seen Lace drift that much though. That is quite unusual.
That will be Lace 2 for Saturn. And it does look like Saturn also took a death in PB. Because 511 is a fairly slow Lace.
Pudding is about to start the penultimate wave of high halls as well.
So Saturn will still be approximately 4.5 minutes ahead of PB going into GMS. On pace for definitely sub 110. Been getting out of the terrible position he was in. getting a heal. Having that clapper do 3 slam attacks back to back to back. Very unfortunate.
Misses a spear there as well.
These clappers do not like pudding. But that will still be a very nice high hauls from pudding, as well as a new gold.
Nice to see a Hollow D in chat. I think we need to bring back the Hollow D, I can't lie.
Let's get some holodies in chat then for Saturn finishing up the run on PB pace. Let's hopefully bless this GMS, bringing back the spam this knight to win the fight. I believe I've seen that on some people's streams.
Ooh, taking contact damage from the Grand Reeds there. That's quite unfortunate. Does have the bench though.
Unfortunately not spearing in the right direction there from Saturn.
Yeah, that is really sad as well because that would have been a wall spear.
So it looks like a very clean GMS fight so far though, other than that missed spear. Unfortunately taking 1 point of damage before the phase change. That will be a very nice phase 1. While Pudding about to enter the Lace 2 fight.
Ooh, unfortunately just too low there for Saturn.
Looking for sort of stagger to heal, but does manage to get one off without one.
Seems like she is having trouble with these spikes on the ground, which is fair. They are very annoying.
Now down to 2 health. Taking a heal in the Scream, which is a great chance. Back up to
GMS.
3 health.
GMS is very close to death as well here. Oh, the rockfall over the stagger is very unfortunate.
This GMS does not like Saturn. Very lucky stagger. And that will be a finish. That is sub 110 from Saturn.
That was very scary at the end there. The GMS was not playing nice.
That was crazy. That will be a
So both
1.
have now PV today as well, which is very good.
0925.
Finishing off the Lace 2 fight as well.
And I think because we are this close to Pudding's run being finished, we are going to let Pudding finish out. But the score is now 1-1.
Pudding can still actually P. Oh no, maybe not.
I
With
do
a
not believe
really
that
good
Pudding can
GMS.
PB. +6 on 108. Yeah, no, this isn't PB pace. Unless they get a pretty hefty GMS gold. Which is definitely possible. They do have a 403 GMS gold, so if they can get a, we'll see what time this splits. If they can get a 312 GMS, they can PB, which is possible, but they're going to have to play it a bit safer than they have been. I do believe you only died to Trobio and Lace 2. Yep, game 1 was definitely warm up for you. Now you guys, or now both of you have PB'd. So this will be a very interesting game 3.
Let's see how this fight goes for Pudding. Hopefully, very well.
On PB pace if the gold goes through of 45 seconds. Fortunately clipped by the edge of that hitbox. Opting not to go for wall spears. Definitely saving for that heal that was wanted. Still on pace for a 312 GMS, I believe. They just need to play this very, very fast in phase 2. So I am actually unsure. I'm pretty sure they're not going to PB, but they are going to get very close to their PB.
I mean, getting similar times back to back is still very impressive, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just consistency. Having good consistency is a very good thing. Assuming it's a good consistency and not chain dying consistency. Unfortunately,
Ooh,
taking
double hit there.
2 needles to the face. Getting a bit unlucky on this spike placement. And that will be GMS going down for Pudding. Unfortunately not PBing, but will be a new GMS gold. So that will be GG's for Pudding as well. Having 2 back-to-back 114 times. Very close to each other.
It's always nice to see when both runners finish as well.
So this will be 5 minutes apart, approximately. So we are going to do another 5-minute intermission, and we will be back after. Um, grab some popcorn, grab some food, grab some water. This final match will be for all of the marbles. And we will see you guys very soon. My mic was not on. I apologize. I'll just start back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third match of this round. Golem unfortunately had to go to sleep, so we won't be having. We hopefully will be getting a co-commentator for me, just so that I don't have to do the rest of this alone, but we'll see about that. As for the rest of this, I think it's best if we just finish as fast as possible so that our runners can get some rest. And I will be ready checking them now so that we can get off. I have now told them to go, go, go. And this time I did not mess up the countdown of 5, 6, 3, 2, 1. I actually made my fingers go in the correct direction this time. Yeah, they should be off momentarily. I do believe I'm gonna have to timer sync here at the start. Uh, it is definitely taking a bit for them to start because there is a lot of delay that I've put on from timer syncing. Um, I unfortunately do not seem to have the ability to speed it up. To re-catch up with the live feed, but we will luckily be able to sync them. So booting up into Moss Grotto, we have the third match. Hopefully it goes well for both runners. Both runners have already PB'd today. I will reiterate that Pudding is running against their sum of best. Meanwhile, Saturn is now running against their PB that they set in the last match. I think it would be very cool if we saw for this final match both runners PBing at the same time with a close race. I think no matter who wins this, I think it's been a great race for both runners. As mentioned, both of them have PB'd. Both of them have shaved, I believe, multiple minutes off of their sum of best. So we've definitely seen some very good improvement from both runners just over the course of this race. So, a little bit of a mess up from Saturn here at the start. It's nothing too big. Only about 5 seconds behind Pudding. I'm a bit scared of the LMAO from Saturn in chat. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I have a very bad feeling about this. Down to 1 HP. Please heal. And we unfortunately will be seeing the very first Moss Mother death of the entire tournament. I don't know what to say. But this will mean that Saturn is down by 2 minutes from Moss Grotto. So this will be interesting to see if Saturn can catch up. Saturn definitely has a much better PB and sum of best than Pudding does. So I only really see this as evening the playing field. I do believe that Saturn still has the advantage, just due to PB. And Pudding will also be falling in Moss Grotto. This is a great start for both runners. I think we can definitely see the effects of the tiredness kicking in. So this is very much just this is certainly going to be an interesting race with the tiredness kicking in. I don't know how late it is for Saturn. I believe it is the morning for Pudding still. Maybe early afternoon. I'm hoping it's not too late for Saturn. But I believe Pudding is in Eastern European time. It's 2 a.m. for Saturn. That is very late. Yeah, it's already been nearly 3 hours in a row of just Silksong. It's actually pretty interesting considering I feel like we've only had 2.5 hours of matches, and I don't know where the other... I guess 15 minutes came from intermissions, and then the other... like 15 minutes have come from this run and the intermission between intermissions and whatnot. Anyway, it does look like Saturn is going to be struggling with Beast Fight Pogo a little bit. Unfortunately, it does not look like Saturn knows about the Rosary Room, and so we'll have to backtrack to reset the room. This is not a great start from Saturn. But again, it's just evening the playing field for Pudding. Pudding getting the final Belbeast phase skip very beautifully. Saturn hopefully able to get the Beastfly Pogo first try this time. And successfully does it. Beautiful. We have another chat from Saturn saying, what is going on? So, foreshadowing for something. I don't quite know what it's foreshadowing for yet, considering this looks like completely normal gameplay. Potentially a missed Archie skip. Does look like it is going to be a missed Archie skip, except for the fact that she saves it very beautifully. Also, I apologize for any crackling in the background. I'm eating a little bit of a snack because I need it. It's been 3 hours. We will surprisingly have yet another gold from Pudding, which will now be a total of 3 back-to-back-to-back golds on the Maribel. And we have a death coming in from Saturn to Belbeast, unfortunately. So Saturn already significantly behind, now even more behind. Probably somewhere in the realm of 4 minutes, unfortunately. It'll be interesting to see how this race shapes up. I mean, it's definitely not over. Being 5 minutes down isn't the end of the world, as we saw in the last run. Pudding is also guaranteed to lose about a minute to the enter HHA split, because that is a fake gold. At least compared to the sum of best. So they're actually in reality comparing more so to a 108 sum of best. Pudding getting to Swift Step as Saturn is finishing off the Belbeast. Honestly, not losing out on that much time, which is beautiful. only losing about a minute, despite the fact that it is a Belby's death. Putting healing on the way to Lace. Certainly an interesting decision. It looks like the Belby's death isn't actually that bad. Only 50 seconds lost to that. Which will be approximately 3.5 minutes behind Pudding. Pudding, unfortunately, not getting the first dunk on Lace. Very likely looking for the second one if she gives good patterns. Unfortunately not. We'll be finishing her off, though. I believe the next boss that Saturn has is Lace 1. But I'm actually just hoping that Saturn goes deathless from now on. As well as Pudding, because I think Saturn's movement is better than Pudding's. As well as Saturn's fights. So I think Saturn can actually just make up this time by playing better than Pudding. And I think it will be really interesting later down the line in Act 2. If we see both runners playing near perfectly compared to what they can do. Will definitely be an interesting race. Anyway, Pudding now on his way to the spine farm. Hopefully gets luckier with spines. Unfortunately missing that first one. Will be getting one rotation of 6, but not the good 6. This is the good 6, and they will be going for the top, but misses it. Gets another 6er. Managed to get most of the spines off of the ceiling. That'll be a first rotation of, I think, about 15 spines. Unfortunately, hitting that other Hoker early. Definitely needs this good, or this guy to have good RNG. Giving him a triple on the bottom, which is perfect. Yes, that is perfect. Keep putting enough spines to quit out. Bit of a slow spine farm. Does look like Saturn has gotten through Swift Step segment mostly unscathed. Should now start to slowly close the gap from her to Pudding. Nice parry. Is luring Lace to the edge. Does look like she's counting hits on Lace since she knew that the stagger was close. Lace again close, barely getting that lava dip. And Lace should be dead here momentarily, yes. So that will be time save on Pudding. Pudding, unfortunately, missing healless. Does get the heal version first try, of course. And with the Lace 1 exit, it will show that She is, in fact, 3.5 minutes behind. Very clearly. Thanks to the 13 flat split from Pudding. Easy math. Unfortunately, though, she will be falling in this room. Looks like she's going up a bit too far into the... Thought she was about to go into the Shaka room, but she realized that there was something off. Anyway, Pudding coming up to Greymore, unfortunately taking another dunk. Luckily getting into the Seamstress, where she can take a bench. Pudding just going left side immediately. Doesn't need the Greymore Bell, considering he's just going through Mist. And will be approaching the Greymore Arena. And taking a heal along the way. Looks like Saturn got a decent first rotation of spines. And is looking like great RNG for the second thing of spines. Unfortunately missing that spear though. It will be -2 spines. She should be more than happy though with these spines, especially with that triple bottom. Yes, very nice spine RNG for Saturn. That should be more than enough spines, and it is. And a Pudding now going down on the way to Moorwing. We have seen Pudding open the Moorwing lever all 3 times despite having a very clean Moorwing fight the 2 times so far. Hopefully we can see another very clean Moorwing fight, although Pudding is now 1 HP. I think I just cursed it. We'll be taking a quick heal. Of course, being 1 HP is a bit scary. And back down to 2 HP. Unfortunately, Moorwing does not have the friendliest hitbox when turning around. We'll be taking another heal. Meanwhile, Saturn getting healless on the first attempt will be saving a little bit of time over Pudding there. Pudding getting another Moorwing down without too much struggle. Does look like Pudding is struggling a little bit with jumps in Shellwood. We will be seeing Saturn go to the right side just to do Crop Pogo and grab the Greymore Bell. This is definitely one of the harder tricks in the Bell's route to do. Misses the first try. I don't know if she got the chakra bench. But these Craws have got to be getting low on health. They were both very low on health, but she does end up making it up, which is great. She needed that, and she only lost 12 seconds compared to her PB for that. Meanwhile, putting only a minute behind someone best so far, going into the Gadama skip. Having a little bit of trouble setting it up. Very clean Greymoor Arena from Saturn. Pudding will be going for the damage tank. Decides not to go for that one because not enough height, I believe. Going for this damage tank. Does manage to get it. He's now 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. That are now doing more wing. Down to 1 HP. Hopefully can get this. I do believe Moorwing is decently low on health now. That was the... Oh, that was the first stagger. Okay. I haven't been paying enough attention. Moorwing still probably around 300 health. There's the second stagger. One more stagger. Unfortunately missing that spear. But one more stagger on Moorwing, and this should be GG's very momentarily. Little bit of a rough Moorwing though. There's the final stagger, and Moorwing should be going down momentarily. Moorwing? Thank you. Anyway, now we have Pudding going into Widow. And that will be phase 1 Widow for Pudding. Does look like Pudding is playing this Widow a bit safe, which isn't surprising considering 3 HP. And that will be phase 2 Widow down. And that will also be a very commanding Widow gold from Pudding, saving 5 seconds over the previous. Saturn now on their way over to the Gautama skip. In the past 2 matches, Saturn has gotten the Gautama skip quite fast. for some reason, is jumping excessively. There we go. I think a commentator cursed that. But basically, the slashes on the wall act like challenges where the flower will move closer toward you. And so, from Saturn jumping like that, the flower kept on thinking it had to go up and then it had to go down, and that just prevented the flower from going into the position that was desired. Anyway, putting finally out of the Widow memory cutscene. That will be phase 1 for Saturn. Does look like they're opting to play a fairly safe Widow, which is understandable. As for putting, I think safely just allows you to finish your run out, not too many issues. Will be a faster Widow than putting. And finally saving time over PB as well. So compared to the 3.5 minutes that at least one difference was, it is now 4 minutes, except that Saturn got the Greymore Bell, which takes more than 30 seconds to get. So ultimately saving time over putting. Putting now going for the Chalamet skip. This skips the Sinner's Road Hell Room, which is basically a room in Sinner's Road that nobody likes for a good reason. It killed a lot of runs, putting unfortunately taking 2 damage before entering Mist. Entering the Mist. Hopefully we'll get some good Mist RNG. I do believe that this is one of the bad rooms. Especially because there do not seem to be any silk flies anywhere. Finally found them. Probably hoping for the down exit. I say as the Silkflies go straight up. Although that wasn't too bad. This is a fine room, I believe. It's not too big. Pudding does have a heal if they want it. Silkflies going up again. And this is probably the situation where you are hoping to see M7. Because it is just quick lower exit to upper exit. Unfortunately, Pudding taking not very nice and will be unfortunately dying. That is a really, really bad death because that sends him all the way back to Widow. And now I wouldn't even say that Saturn is behind anymore. I would actually say that they are on quite even pace now. And as I mentioned earlier, I do believe that Saturn is better in terms of just raw gameplay, in terms of movement and fights. So we will see how this turns out. So this match just got very interesting all of a sudden. At least both runners are on their respective Act 2 start splits. Or about to be anyway. That will be the final bell that Saturn needs. Meanwhile, Pudding is re-entering the mist. Does manage to get a good Silkfly spawn this first time around. And it goes toward the down exit in this room. And into M7 with a great Silkfly spawn. This is exactly what you want to see on a room 2. Hoping for the left exit, gets the down exit, which isn't a big deal. M7 is the smallest room. And we're looking for any side exit, and I do believe that this room has a very fast side exit that Pudding can go to. Unfortunately getting hit by the spikes, but should be able to just grab the side exit. And into the crossing. Going rightwards, which is exactly what you want to see, because then these Silkflies have, or don't have any chance of going left. Unless you got a room with 2 lefts, which would be unfortunate. I do believe Pudding is looking for a heal, doesn't really want to die in the mist again. Will be getting it. This room, I do believe, does not have 2 left exits. The Silkflies will be going right, which is exactly what you want to see. You don't want them going up in this room. Will get their cocoon back for some reason. And going into a room, I am unsure if this has 2 right exits. Meanwhile, it does look like Saturn got the blasted steps skips first try. And now Pudding is exiting the mist. Unfortunately getting mucked, so we'll probably be benching or just wasting heal here. Now cannot heal. Mucked going into Phantom is a bit scary. Probably should have just cleared the muck if you weren't gonna bench. Saturn now doing a fantastic last judge fight, currently damageless. Onto the phase change. And we see now both of them on their respective final fights for Act 2. And that will be a beautiful finish from Saturn. I don't think that... Wait, they don't have the bench. If they die to this Phantom fight, they're all the way back to Widow. They luckily do not die to Phantom yet. Definitely looking for another heal now, especially being on 2 HP. Finding it. Does actually hit the edge of the thing. I do believe Pudding has now figured out that you can hit the edge of the organ attack to deal damage to Phantom, which is great. We love to see that. Maybe not. Maybe it was just thing. They were doing on those two. Going for another heal, which is completely fair. Dying to Phantom is not optimal. It does look like Saturn is going to be taking the safety bench again. Which is fair. Being 3 HP is not really what you want to see. And Pudding finishing off Phantom very nicely. Oh, it was a rough BS2? Alright, so going into Act 2 here, we are going to have Saturn being ahead by a bit. I'm unsure by exactly how much, because theoretically is faster to get into dancers from Pudding's Act 2 start split. However, they aren't there yet. So we will see how that goes. Are coming up on it right now, though. But we will have Saturn entering dancers here in about 20 seconds. Unfortunately, taking a hit there to start. Looking for Silk to heal. It will be about a 39.50 dancers entry. Meanwhile, Pudding starting the climb up to dancers, finishing up that lace cutscene. And a very clean phase 1 from Saturn. Getting very lucky with the same phase 1 pattern. You really like to see the dancers getting caught, or not getting caught, but sticking close to the wall. You get some very nice wall spears on them. Especially on the grounded walls. These are being quite nice dancers to Saturn. And I do believe that she has gold potential here, considering she's full silk. Unfortunately misses the first spear. The gold potential was definitely there. I don't think she's getting it, unfortunately. Very close gold. Grounded walls equals floor. Yeah, I'm not speaking very well. Yeah, Saturn will get a 3145 dancers. It does look like Pudding died at some point. I don't know where Pudding died. It could be to the steam room here. I don't believe it was to dancers. Unfortunately getting hit by the reed, it seems. But that will put Saturn very commandingly in the lead. About 2.5 minutes. Pudding taking a heal in the Dancer's fight, of course. And while it does look like Saturn is getting a nice Whispering Vaults finish, only losing about 4 seconds to PB, meanwhile being full health for Trobio. Pudding opting for another safety heal. Very vindicated in that, considering he took damage right after. Pudding getting very, very unlucky phase 3 dancers patterns. I will say, though, that this is kind of what happens when you have parries, just that the fight goes on so long because you don't have any quick damage to output. You want the dancers to move as little as possible. But we do have Saturn coming into the Trobio fight. Did die to Trobio and PB. So if no death to Trobio now, we'll save approximately 2 minutes. Played the needle in for a split second. That's a new strat. It has to be RNG manipulation. Fortunately, not getting that pogo on Trobio. Now down to 2 HP. Hopefully no unlucky spin or stray ball. Does get the heal off before the firework thing hit. Trobio should be going down momentarily. I believe last stagger is on the way. Should be 1 or 2 more hits. There we go. And it does look like Pudding is making their way into the Whispering Vaults arena. A little bit low on 2 masks. Will be a gold Trobio. For Saturn. Putting switch dancers mid phase 3. Oh, that's unfortunate. Saturn so far playing, I should just stop talking. I was about to say so far playing very well. And I can see that I shouldn't have said anything. But Saturn was 4 minutes down out of basically Bellbeast. So the fact that Saturn is still only 4 minutes down out of Trobio, or now down to only 2 minutes to Trobio, was quite good. But now, of course, with the death, it's not as good, but should be going back down to only plus 4 minutes, which is still more than enough to beat Pudding's current pace of, I believe, something like a 112. Or high. It's plus 7 on a 10 on a high 106. Yeah, so that is a 113. So they're both on like 113s compared to their splits. Or I guess on... I guess Pudding's best possible time is a 113, and then Saturn is on 113 pace, because they just need to match their splits. And yeah, Golem had to go to sleep, which is why I'm solo commentary again. I tried to find someone else, but I do believe most of America is sleeping right now. Pudding taking some very interesting heals. Anyway, it does not look like the harpoon death that Saturn took is super impactful. Maybe only a minute lost, if even. Does look like Pudding is about to finish off Trobio. Getting that parry. very close to getting hit there. The iframe's going absolutely nuts. Does look like I was a bit wrong on how much health Trobio had left. But finishing off Trobio, that final blow, now on their way down to the underworks. That will be a new gold for Pudding. Saving 26 seconds on the old gold. So now might actually be on pace for a 113 as well. Meanwhile, we have Saturn going to take the safety bench, of course. Not even losing that much time to the Vault Keeper split. Only about 34 seconds. I do believe that if Saturn gets a good Architects here, she should be saving a fair bit of time. And we also have to remember that she did die in the in Lace 2. Although that death didn't lose much time, but can also improve on her gold by quite a lot. So, potentially PB pace for her. Might be a little bit tight to do so. Definitely needs to gold some splits. This would be very nice. And I do actually need to remember what I said earlier about Pudding being not quite on the 113 pace, because the Enter High Halls gold is a fake gold, I believe. It does look like Saturn did get a very clean Clockwork Core climb. So, looks like gold potential if they can finish off this puzzle. And she will be finishing off the puzzle very nicely. This will be a, I believe, about 50-second gold from Saturn. And Caribou, this is, if you do exclamation point bracket, if you look in bracket 2, you will see the match PK Frog versus Pudding. And that is this match that you are seeing right now. They're currently all tied up 1-1 in the best of 3. Saturn is playing quite well, though. Saving 40 seconds on the gold there. Yes, Saturn is PK Frog on the tournament website. Saturn, unfortunately, taking a very small fall in HHA, or in Enter HHA, but shouldn't be anything too bad. Definitely still has potential for a little bit of time save here. Definitely playing very, very well so far, other than the first 3 splits where it was pretty rough. Taking another fall, these ministers are completely brutal. They are not fun if you mess up the fast strat. Saturn, however, does get a fairly fast... I shouldn't have spoken. Oh, why did I speak? I can't. That is brutal. I've taken that exact same death. I actually took that exact same death in my PB. Getting, or yeah, making it past that the first time, dunking, and then accidentally pogoing the spike right back into the minister hitbox of the double damage attack. It is brutal. These ministers have 0 chill. But Saturn will still be ahead. Unfortunately, taking another dish of 2 damage from the ministers. Hopefully can make it through here. We'll be taking the cocoon and healing on the way down. And we do have Saturn in HHA now, approximately 3 minutes ahead of Pudding right now. He's currently on Architects doing the slow strats because they probably can't remember the fast ones. But it does look like they are getting through it. Saturn now on that first clapper. Taking it down with ease. Getting some very nice clappers. At least getting nice damage in. Clappers themselves aren't being too nice, but that's irrelevant when your Saturn can apparently dodge the slam attack from wherever. Meanwhile, finally making their way down into or over to the high halls. Meanwhile, Saturn finishing up HHA very smoothly. Playing very, very well. And she did die to Lace 2, although I do not believe that she's on PB pace anymore. Due to the death in High Halls. Which is very unfortunate. But we do have Pudding going into High Halls. Is what I was talking about with a fake gold. I'm pretty sure you can't get a 117, especially when going mist route. As you can see, the Minister is always up there waiting for you to fall and make a mistake. Saturn opening the threefold melody elevator now. On the way up to Lace 2. And it does look like Pudding is going to take a very early death to HHA. And it looks like Pudding is just sitting still. Maybe Pudding was checking if they lost already. I'm unsure why they just sat still there. And I have no idea why they're going all the way around when they opened the shortcut. Why? Did they forget where the shortcut leads? Maybe? Please don't go all the way around. Oh, no. Well, it does look like Pudding forgot that they opened the shortcut, which is unfortunate. But we will have a Lace 2 fight coming in from Saturn. Currently looking very nice. And that will be GG on Lace 1. Or on Lace 2. Very, very fast Lace 2, actually, as well. This should be a gold by about a minute and a half, if I had to guess. $105 XX Lace 1 Monka W. Yeah, that's I think that would be a little bit cooked. Funny thing is though, you could get that and then probably still qualify for the tournament. and just have like 50 minutes of time save or something in the first split or in the first like 6 splits. Anyway, that will be lace 2 done for Saturn, saving 2 minutes and a minute and a half on the gold, approximately. So can we get some Hollow Ds and Silk Ds in the chat for Saturn? Not quite on PB pace, but on 110, mid 110 pace. Hopefully can finish out the run strong. This will be a very interesting GMS fight. The funny thing is, if Nebulo is playing, the PB is actually still possible. But this obviously isn't Nebula we're watching. Watching it Saturn play GMS to the best of their abilities. Hopefully getting a wall spear here. Opting for the safety heal instead, which is completely fair, especially in this tournament setting where PB isn't very likely. Definitely getting some good damage on GMS here. A bit unlucky with those needles. Opting for the spear instead of saving Silk for a heal. This should still be completely fine though. Meanwhile, finishing off wave, I believe 9. Saturn a bit low here, going for a heal and getting it. A little bit spooky on the needles there. Down to 3 HP. We'll be looking for a heal. Not sure if those spears hit. But it does look like Pudding died to HHA. And will be giving up, I think. Because I think Saturn is very close to beating. Ooh, unfortunately dying to GMS. It's not quite over yet. That GMS had to be super low, though. Yeah, I don't know, but Commentary Curse is super unfortunate. But I probably need to find different words to say than "this is going well." Because then it starts to go poorly. But I also shouldn't wish bad luck on the runner either. It seems to be progressing favorably. That is true. That is certainly a way to say it. Just try to stay as neutral as possible on the situations. Basically, commentary can be like, Grandmother Silk is attacking while Hornet is attacking her. Needles are moving on screen, controlled by Grandmother Silk and by Hornet. And that will be Phase 1 Grandmother Silk taken down. Saturn is, in fact, playing Hollow Knight Silksong. Grandmother Silk down to 500 health, probably. Will Grandmother Silk survive this? Saturn getting some very cool dodges in. Definitely looking for a heal. Does manage to get one. Grandmother Silk probably not looking too healthy right now. I think Grandmother Silk is not going to win this fight. Grandmother Silk only having 3 needles left, spawning in 3 out of thin air. Hornet heals right in front of her face as she misses an attack, and I don't think Grandmother Silk is going to win. And that is going to be GG's for Saturn. Pudding, unfortunately, dying on the final wave of High Halls as the last movement that they will make. So that will be Saturn moving on to the winners bracket quarterfinals. As well as Pudding dropping down to the lower bracket losers quarterfinals. GG's to both runners. Congratulations on both of your PBs. You both played quite well, compared to at least what you had at the beginning of today. If you would like to join the waiting VC for an interview, please do so. Welcome, welcome.
Hello. GG's.
GG.
Yeah. I didn't really get to look 'cause I was playing. What happened in your run game 3?
Well, for starters, I fell down the hole at the beginning and then I died
Oh,
in the mist. I was not
falling
very
down the
happy
hole at
about
the beginning,
these.
that's nothing. That's nothing. You don't even know. I fucking died to Moss Mother. And then I died again to Bell Beast. And I also missed the one like pogo on the guy that like dashes towards you. I forget what it's called. Like really early. After Moss Mother before Bell Beast. And I had to go
I,
reset the entire room to respawn him. So I was like 5 minutes behind out of Belbeast.
I had a lot of mistakes, and dying in the mist put me behind quite a bit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then some other mistakes. It happens.
yeah.
New
I think
PB
I
at
took.
least.
Yeah, congrats.
Not sure
I
how I
also.
pulled that out, considering I haven't played the game in like a week.
That's kind of how I'm feeling. I haven't played in like a month, and I PB'd by 5 minutes today, so I'm just getting a run that only died twice instead of dying like 5 times.
Yeah, very well played, actually, to both of you. Both PBing. For you, Saturn, there is actually a way to reset the Beast Fight Pogo room way faster.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, I learned everything I know from just watching World Record. So I kind of don't know, like I don't know where any of the backup benches are. I don't know any backup strats. So if I miss something, I'm kind of just screwed. But yeah, please tell.
There's the Rosary Room. So you know where you lure the Beast Fight Pogo from?
Hmm.
If you basically just hold right, there is a breakable wall there. And that lets you reset the room.
I see. I see. Yeah, that's a lot faster.
But yeah, Pudding, for you, you opened the High Hall shortcut and then didn't use it for some reason.
Which one?
The only
Oh,
one.
okay, so the funny thing about that is that I've never had to use it, so I didn't know it exists.
So you just hit the lever for no reason?
I thought it only goes down.
All
I
right.
usually just either first try the thing or I just bench usually, but today I was like, okay, I've done like so many hours of high halls practice already that I think I can just send it.
Yeah,
It
I'm
worked.
actually. I was gonna say I'm super surprised I first tried high halls both times. I mean, I played like crazy safe, which is what you got to do, but I did not. I hadn't played for like a month before this until like 2 hours before the race when I started derusting, and I didn't get to high halls, lace two, or GMS. And I took one death to GMS and one death to lace two, which is like expected, but considering I hadn't warmed them up at all and hadn't played them in a month. But I'm very happy with having first tried HHA both times.
I didn't do anything except high halls for like 3 days straight.
Damn, yeah. That was definitely the hardest part of the run to learn for me.
Also on the second run, the Cogwork Core is something that I wish to forget as soon as possible.
Oh no.
It was not going good for me.
Yeah, that was very rough to watch.
I,
But yeah,
yeah,
congratulations on both of your PBs, as mentioned. We've
Thank you.
been live for like 4.5 hours now, so I wouldn't be surprised if you guys want to get some rest.
Yeah, that was a lot. Best
I'm
of best
going
of
back
three
to
on like an
bed.
hour long run is kind of crazy.
Yeah, especially when you guys don't have sub-hour paces.
Yeah.
One day.
So
I'm used to Hollow Knight where like a best of three is still only gonna be like 2 hours max.
yeah, but still very, very like well done for especially how much fatigue you guys must be having at this time.
Yeah.
Um,
I think the fatigue was really hitting me going into the third run because I just like messed up like three huge things in a row and lost like 5 minutes.
yeah,
But I'm glad I was able to kind of keep it together for the rest of the run.
I didn't really feel the fatigue that much. It was mostly just pressure on the third set.
Yeah.
yeah. Nice on coming back from an 0-1 Saturn.
Thank you. That was my warm up game. That's what I said.
It is true. If chat has any questions for our runners, now would be the time to ask.
I was also gonna say thank you to you for restreaming and commentating this whole thing. That can't have been easy either.
Yep. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Puppy is like, if there was ever a competition on being like a restreamer, you would just have to hope that Cute Puppy is not in the competition, because you cannot lose.
Nah. Ivy has gotten taught how to restream, so Ivy will be doing a lot more restreams.
You're getting
Nice.
dethroned, buddy.
Yep. Hopefully. I'm happy that I am going to have more free time to actually watch the runs.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you both for playing. As mentioned, we will be seeing you in losers bracket pudding, and we will be seeing you in the winners bracket Saturn.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be it.
One more thing. Shout out to all the chat members who told me where safety benches were. Because I did not know.
That is true. That is, it's good that you figured that out, because I think that saved you a few times.
Yeah.
So, yep. Thank you. We will be ending stream now. So, thank you everyone for watching, and we hope to see you for a little surprise at 8 p.m. Central European Time. Stay tuned for that. Goodbye.
Bye bye.